he's not symptomatic of MPH. He's symptomatic of a brain concussion.
I'm more concerned with just disclosure of the 2009 MRI,
It's
that it formed a basis for his opinion.
Yeah, he references it. The defense had it. Dr. Gibby had it and was discussing it. Now, if the defense, and James, just remind me what your second point was.
The condition of the ventricles opinion.
Yeah.
Causation. That the post-concussive symptoms were able
yeah, again, this is late and incorrect or inaccurate at best. Dr. Gibby, in his deposition, discussed these things. Now, I'm not sure, I don't think the defense closed the loop on Dr. Gibby. If they don't ask him, is this all your opinions about NPH? He mentions NPH. Is this all your opinions about the condition of the ventricles? I don't think they closed the loop on that. Finally, the fMRI, he discusses the defense could have brought a motion on fMRI months ago, like they should have with Dr. Fong, but again, he uses the fMRI, and it's rock solid. Dr. Gibby happens to be one of the foremost experts on using the fMRI. He has one of the foremost MRI machines in the world.
Is he going to offer an opinion that relies on his normative database?
I don't know. I'm not sure it's necessary because he was looking at Terry Sanderson's x-rays of his chest and determining what he was doing, but he did not use the fMRI for diagnosis, which was, I think, the key point. And no,
Dr. Gibby is in the courtroom. Is everyone good with that?
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
He's an expert witness. He can be here.
Well, this is argument.
Go ahead, Mr. Bueller.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point is, not only is it very, very late, I mean, second day of trial, but it's totally incorrect what they've said on all 3 points. I could read more about the what Dr. Boehm says because it's just inaccurate that he didn't discuss it in his deposition, and it's inaccurate to say that that the defense can exclude this because he didn't discuss it in his deposition. And I don't think the defense closed the loop. Say, is this all of your opinions? I don't think they closed that loop. If they don't ask him, if they go through his background and some of his opinions, that doesn't mean he didn't have other opinions. And he can also rebut the defense's claims that NPH was the cause of Terry Sanderson's problems.
Can you respond to the argument that he did state a conclusion regarding the origin of the post-concussive symptoms, but he qualified it saying that it was speculative?
I'd like to see the site because they've been inaccurate before, and it's hard for us to respond on no notice to something that I don't know what they're talking about. And this is sandbagging at its best, and I don't mean to cast an aspersion, but
it's not unusual to have these issues
right,
raised at trial.
They've known about Gibby testifying for months, actually years. He was properly disclosed 2 years ago, and they've waited until this moment. I think it's, I'm not going to guess why they're doing it at this last moment, but that's true on the fMRI. I just proved that they are incorrect on pages 38 and 39. And I believe it goes to 40.
I think you've convinced me on that point.
And so on the point number 2, I'd just like to have a citation. Where does he say this so we can respond to it?
I can't find speculative in the deposition.
And then finally on fMRI, they never tested him like they tested Dr. Fong in her deposition 8 days ago.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Egan, just briefly, I want to get the jury in here.
Yes. So, Your Honor, just first on the point about whether Dr. Gibby reviewed the 2009 MRI images on page, on page 65 of his opinion, or his, on page 85, of his deposition. He says, I have not been able to personally inspect images pre-accident. No one has ever provided those to me.
Okay.
He says he's just seen the reports on the next page. And then on page 861, he says, I'm speculating honestly that perhaps the reason that he had persistence of this longer is that he has these underlying stiff ventricles which didn't allow his brain to give way, which the pressure, water, if you take a depth chart and you put it into water, it sends it, I could go on, but that's the basic idea. And I'm 61 into 62. I'm simply hypothesizing that because of the increased amounts of CSF in here, that the brain is already stretched, and you slam into the snow and decelerate that, you produce an injury. And then, in terms of this question about whether we locked him in, I told him at the very start of the deposition, my purpose today is to be as efficient as I can in exhausting your testimony. I think that was clear. So that's what I'll say.
Okay, thank you. Well, as to the MRI, I think Dr. Gibby can certainly rely on the radiology report. It sounds like you didn't review the imaging, and I don't know that you were planning to have him offer any new opinions after having reviewed the imaging. But if there are any new opinions, I would sustain an objection to those.
There are no new opinions, but to help explain Terry Sanderson's imaging, the images can be looked at. Dr. Gibby has looked at them because he was provided them afterwards, if not before. In the deposition doesn't, just because, I'm going to ask you all of your opinions eventually, but the deposition ends and they don't ask him all of his opinions. That doesn't mean that it's the duty of the witness to correct the defense counsel's failure to do that.
So again, no new opinions related to the 2009 imaging. The images themselves, as opposed to the radiology report, which he said he relied on, but he hadn't seen the imaging, and so if he were to offer any new opinions, those would be not disclosed at this point on the imaging itself.
He's not offering any new opinions.
Okay.
But the report, because he does have those images now, and he references.
If
the
it's
report.
pointed out on cross-examination that isn't it true that you haven't evaluated these images, that may open the door to something. But as far as direct examination, he can't offer any new opinions on the 2009 imaging.
Or say,
Again, no new opinions.
or say that he has reviewed the images that, on direct. I think is important, because otherwise they're muddying the water.
Right, I understand, and I appreciate all the counsel giving me their arguments, but I'd like to funnel it through just one counsel on each side. Concerning the opinion on cause, if there's an objection that an opinion is speculative, that'll be sustained. If it's not offered to a reasonable degree of medical probability, it's not proper. So any opinions need to have that as a foundation. And then finally, on the fMRI, if Dr. Gibby is going to rely on a normative database, or I'm calling it that, I don't know what you might or he might call it, but a database of functional MRI imaging so that he can compare the plaintiff's imaging to this database. I think, I believe you understand the requirements under Rule 702 to establish reliability first. And if you do that, it may come in, or it would, if he's able to convince the court that there's sufficient reliability for that using that database, then that can come in. I think that, I'm not going to tell you how to try your case, but that probably should happen outside of the hearing of the jury if you're planning on going in that direction.
Your Honor, since this came up, even though it's been known for years what his deposition said, I would ask that we have a 5-minute time period to have a conference with Dr. Gibby, and then outside of the presence of the jury, we readdress this issue, because I think he's probably reviewed his deposition. He knows his testimony. His opinions haven't changed. Regarding speculation, well, there are risk factors for concussion. You can, MPH, excess fluid in those ventricles makes you more susceptible to a concussion. So it's a risk factor. It's not speculation. It is just a risk factor. So, and
I mean, I think I gave my ruling, so if, he shouldn't be offering opinions that aren't supported by a reasonable degree of medical probability. And I understand the nuance having to do with risk factors, and he may be able to offer that opinion, if he can do so to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, so.
We have a new problem, Your Honor.
And just, let me just finish, or, close the circle on this one. So we can take a short recess. If you could let the jury know that we're working on some issues and it'll be a little bit longer. And then if you decide after speaking with your expert that you will be, tendering some of these the issue regarding the fMRI database, then you can, then I'll certainly give you some time outside of the hearing of the jury to try to lay a foundation for that. Okay, Mr. Owens?
Your Honor, we have a new camera pointed directly at my client, right there on the right, which we understand is from the AP. This is
During the recess, I'll have the court representative, Tanya, take a look at how that camera's pointed and make sure that it's pointed at the lectern rather than at the counsel table.
And this has been a problem where, for instance, reporters being in front of my client's car going out yesterday, cameras in her face, like inches
Bring that
away.
up during the recess with Tanya and talk to her about that. I've already talked to her about the fact that you've raised this issue yesterday, and I recognize it as a problem.
And I want to be advised if there are new changes, because it's just by chance that we see that there's a camera pointed directly at her, which is contrary to the decorum order. So I don't want changes without reporters telling you.
I think that's a reasonable request, so thank you. We'll take a short recess, and if you could let the bailiff know as soon as you're ready, Mr. Bueller.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. For the record, I didn't do this earlier. This is Sanderson versus Paltrow, 190500048. And counsel are all present. Mr. Owens?
Well, thank you, Your Honor. The camera that I referenced was a violation of the decorum order. That's the second violation in 2 days. Directly, still photographer directly on my client's face, already transmitted nationally. So I'm mad. The decorum order we spent a lot of time on. It's the court's order. People are subject to criminal sanction, and I want it to stop. I don't want to have to be the one raising it. I want them to comply.
The camera's been removed. As far as what's going on in the parking lot, I'm not going to conflate that with this photographer who's doing something differently. What's going on in the parking lot is Tanya's has worked with your staff in determining how to handle the parking lot transitions, and I think that's been smoothed out. In terms of violation of the court's decorum order and have the camera pointing where it's not supposed to be pointing, I mean, essentially, cameras are supposed to follow the microphone. This is what the court has permitted is media coverage of the proceeding, not of the individuals who aren't participating in the proceeding when they're not participating. So if you're speaking into a microphone, you can expect that an image may be captured. If you're not speaking into a microphone, you should not be expecting that an image would be captured. And I do see this as a violation, and I've asked that the reporter be told that this is now interrupting our proceedings. It's now interfering with our proceedings, having to deal with these issues. And if it happens again, the offending reporter will be asked to leave.
Great. And the still photographer is to stay in his seat when taking pictures. Is that right? Stay in his location.
Unless we're all standing, then they can stand and take a picture.
How about entering and exiting? Can they be in the path of my client?
No.
Thank you. I have a new issue, which is this beheading in front of me. May I?
Sure.
This was laid on our desk just now. We did get a picture of it the day before Dr. Fong was deposed, which was 8 days ago. We got a picture. Your Honor, they're intending to have Dr. Gibby talk about it. This brain has lots of different pieces and everything. This was not at his deposition. We haven't had our experts review this. We've never seen it in a three-dimensional format until this minute.
What's your objection?
Untimely disclosure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was this disclosed as a demonstrative exhibit?
Yes. It's not going to the jury, it's just
And how was it disclosed as a demonstrative
we
exhibit?
sent him pictures of it. And said, he can come over and look at it if he wants.
And that was just before Fong's deposition?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll sustain the objection if it wasn't disclosed under under the guidelines required by Rule 26.
Well, he used a picture of the Statue of Liberty. I mean, you know,
There was no objection to that, so.
well, I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I mean, all he wants to
It
do
is.
is use this to explain his
I
opinion.
understand, Mr. Sykes, and it may be perfectly fine, but he's objected to it, and the rule wasn't followed, and so I must uphold the rule. And are we ready for the jury, or would you like to examine your witness out of the hearing of the jury?
We'd like to examine the witness out of the hearing of the jury, but I'd just like to remind or inform the court, which was not mentioned earlier by the defense, is that before Dr. Gibby's deposition several years ago,
Are we still on the demonstrative exhibit?
no,
Okay.
we're on the fMRI.
Okay, go ahead.
His vita or curriculum, or his resume, discloses his publications, peer-reviewed, I assume. One is oral presentation, advanced fMRI for the clinician, Baylor University, oral presentation, advanced applications, 2015, these are 2015, 2016. I'll let him get into it to lay the foundation. Just I want to make sure that the court is not misled to think that we're hiding something or something's coming in at the last moment. This was disclosed at his deposition, which was,
I don't think you're hiding anything, Mr.
a year and a half ago, and it's nothing new. August 4th of 2021, plus they had in the initial disclosure, which is probably several months before that, so it's almost 2 years that they've had this. And now on the second day of trial, they object. But we would like to lay the foundation for the fMRI discussion that Dr. Gibby will have during his presentation in front of the jury.
Okay. You may proceed.
Stand.
Good morning, sir. If you could stop right here on your way there.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Do I need to go through the preliminary stuff, Your Honor, or can I skip that?
You're laying the foundation, but would you state your full name and spell it for the record, please?
Wendell Arlen Gibby. WendellArlenGibby.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, instead of going through the long background and education, could I do an abbreviated one, or?
Whatever you feel you need to support your request that this witness be able to talk about his database.
Okay, Dr. Gibby, we'll go into it later, but can you quickly tell the court your background and training and where you are right now and the work you're doing in neuroradiology and what's related to your testimony today?
Yes, thank you. I'm a medical doctor trained at University of Utah, residency in diagnostic radiology at University of Arizona, a fellowship in neuroradiology at the University of Pennsylvania, and I am currently an adjunct professor of radiology at University of California, San Diego. I have a private practice of radiology in Provo, Utah.
Okay. Next, I'd like to just focus in for now on the fMRI, that the discussion that we'd like to present the jury today. Tell us about the foundation or the reliability or the work that's gone into your sort of fMRI, and if you could explain it for the court so we have a clear picture.
So functional MRI involves a technique wherein we look at the activation of the brain. It was first described in the 1990s, where as the brain consumes oxygen, it changes the signal intensity of the brain with very subtle changes in the magnetic field, the local magnetic field. And using this technique, doctors around the world have applied it to a variety of techniques. I think the first application we used was back in about 1997 or so, when we would use the exercises or finger tapping while the patient was in the scanner to identify the motor cortex for neurosurgeons. This technique has evolved over the years to identify different areas of brain activation. We moved ahead and in approximately 15 years ago started doing quantitative functional MRI, where we would evaluate the activation of different areas of the brain during standard neuropsychological testing. And along that way, we developed atlases, which you can see in my CV, have been presented at various conferences, and a normative database or controls with patients that we performed questionnaires to exclude other medical problems, and created age-related normative control database for 6 or 7 different neuropsychological tests.
Would it be helpful, Your Honor, if we show his vita on the screen, or I don't have a hard copy to show you right now,
To show his vita?
or resume or curriculum, what do we call it here?
CV.
CV.
I mean, if it would be of some assistance to you, that's fine.
Well, to establish the foundation, because this is what was challenged earlier, and we want to make sure it's helpful to the court. So,
I understood you were making a threshold showing under Rule 702B as to the reliability of.
Okay. The, what is it about your testimony today about this case involving Terry Sanderson's brain injuries that demonstrate the reliability of your use of the fMRI in his case? I know that's a broad question, but that kind of cuts to the chase.
Well, I think that I'm not an attorney, and I'm not sure I understand Rule 702, but I do know from a scientific perspective, in order for data to be valid, you have to have controls. It has to be reproducible. You have to perform statistical testing on this, or standard deviations, because all people there's a range of normal, and you can't use it to make assumptions or to draw conclusions beyond what the data allows you to do. And how we have used functional MRI is to compare quantitatively the brain activation of patients with various conditions, traumatic brain injury, versus those that do not have injury. And I think some of the distinguishing features with what cognitive FX or whatever has been described to the court, we have created our own database, age-matched controls. We use a newer statistical method that received a U.S. patent that allows you to essentially borrow statistical strength from the neighbors. So it's a cubic spline interpolation, which means the data is better.
Sorry for interrupting. Is this data available to other researchers who want to use it and verify it? And
yes.
Has that been done?
Other people have used it. So, for example, we shared this with the University of Hershey State in Penn State, sorry, in Hershey, with clinical researchers. So it's been used at other facilities. The data is just a normative database that maps for a given area of the brain and for a given function of the brain what controls will exhibit in their functional testing. Now, we don't try to necessarily draw a one-to-one conclusion. We simply say, in this case, we ran this test and this patient was outside of normal. It is a piece of evidence. We're not trying to conclude that it was necessarily the traumatic brain injury that caused that, but in this population with this particular test, we have a normal data set, just like you would have a blood test, a hematocrit, or some other medical test. You would create a normative control, and if it falls outside of that range, you would call it abnormal. You might not draw a conclusion as to why their hematocrit was abnormal.
Okay, I interrupted you. Sorry. Is there anything else about your methods that would verify and provide a foundation for your use of the fMRI in this case?
Well, I think one of the things that we have done that I think has pushed this science forward is we look at the functional areas of activation of the brain. We created maps of where for example, the frontal language area or the attentional control areas. Earlier attempts have have done this more on just a standard geography, if you would. I've made the analogy in my deposition that if you were trying to measure or to test the hypothesis of a population of a certain group of people, they don't always follow exactly the boundary of the state or the country that they're in. There may be racial diversity that's concentrated in a geographic area, but not necessarily a state boundary. So what we have done is to look at functional MRI from a functional atlas perspective. But it is data that's available. Certainly, people could take our normative controls and compare against whatever functional evaluation they do at their facility. We do not close it.
And how did you use this fMRI technique in this particular case? And what makes you, to a degree of reasonable medical certainty, confident that this is helpful to understanding Terry Sanderson's case?
So as I said, we run a battery of tests, different things that assess higher cortical function like memory and problem solving and language processing and so forth. In Terry's case, all of the tests were pretty much normal. That's actually helpful data because you know that someone is trying, they're functioning, it's not a broken test, so to speak. In Terry's case, though, he did have fairly significant abnormalities in his matrix reasoning test, which is essentially a problem solving that requires frontal lobe or higher cortical function testing. And so he did have abnormality. He was more than 2 standard deviations below normal for his brain activation in that particular test. And so we noted that this is a piece of data that suggests a problem with functional brain processing.
Now, I'd like to go to relate it to the specifics of Terry Sanderson's case. You understand he had a concussion. There's evidence of that. How does that concussion inform your work with the fMRI so that you can draw conclusions that might help the jury understand this?
Well, I mean, Terry had a concussion. I don't think there's anyone in the court that disagrees with that. There are we're looking for objective evidence that shows whether or not the concussion was significant, whether it persisted, whether it impaired his ability to do what he does. And there are historical pieces of information from family, from friends. There's the medical record at the time, both before and after. And then there's the radiologic imaging. In terms of the imaging that I was asked to review, there were some abnormal findings on the chest x-ray. There were abnormal findings on his MRI of the brain, and there were some abnormalities on the functional scan. So it was just one piece of a multifactorial picture of Terry Sanderson's concussion.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor. Who has received your normative database?
Who personally, or?
Well, just what
So
types of people?
Queen Yang is a researcher at Hershey, it's Penn State University.
Okay. Sorry, I guess you answered that. What controls do you employ for your normative database?
So we run the exact same tests on patients that have no known neurologic problems, and we gathered that data to ask them if they've had other issues, whether it be multiple sclerosis or strokes or whatever. So it's a questionnaire, and we've employed scans on people without neurologic problems, and we've acquired several hundred patients. The current database that we process is about 50 patients, and that's because as technology evolves, as the MRI scanner has changed, coils change, pulse sequences and so forth change, we try to use a normative control database that reflects our current actual operating practice.
So how large is your complete database?
We have several hundred patients in it, but the processing that we do on the current patients is, roughly 50 patients.
And when we say reproducible, how is it reproducible?
Well, we've done some testing where we test the same person twice on different occasions. We did about 10 patients where we test and you come back and retest and see if the data is the same. That's one measure of reproducibility. Another fact that we use is we take the knowledge that we have as physicians and that has been garnered over, a century and a half of neural function, from brain surgery, from neurophysiology, from anatomy, et cetera. And these areas of activation should fit certain patterns, and we see that. So it's simply not random activation of the brain. So we have the internal controls of the symmetry of action in the brain. We have the control of what is of other data that's that we've studied over decades, and we compare that with what that normal patient should be doing.
Please describe for the court your publications and other presentations regarding your use of the fMRI that are applicable to the Terry Sanderson case, that may provide the foundation for your conclusions for Terry Sanderson.
So I don't have my CV in front of me, but
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So, Your Honor, just for housekeeping, how long is this gonna go?
I think
This
I'm
is a
almost done.
relatively minor point, and our jurors are sitting in the back rooms.
I think the council could have raised this a year and a half ago.
I think we're just about done.
Dr. Fong's ruling was yesterday.
We raised the issue.
I don't need a conversation between counsel. Please address the court.
Sorry, Your Honor.
So this, one of these was a presentation for the American Society of Neuroradiology at the annual meeting in April of 2017, fMRI Atlas for control comparison of 6 neurofunctional regions using standardized neuropsychological tests. Here's another presentation I did at the Radiologic Society of North America, standardized brain function test, making functional MRI standardized, fast, and physician-friendly. I gave a presentation at Baylor University. I gave one at Penn State in 2016. I gave grand rounds to both University of Pennsylvania and University of California, San Diego on functional MRI. I spoke at the 20th Symposium of the Neuroradiologicum, the World Neuroradiology Society, in Istanbul, Turkey in September 2014. So there's been quite a few presentations about it to neuroradiologists and other peers.
Thank you. I think that's all I have for now.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions before Mr. Egan. As I understand it, the normative database consists of approximately 50 individuals?
Yeah, so our database, actually we have several hundred, but again, to keep the data consistent, clean, we've used the last 50 patients because we changed MRI scanners here a couple of years ago, so we repeated our normative controls.
Okay. And there's some subset of that 50 that that 50 has been split into subsets based on age-related controls?
So you can dynamically adjust the age range. You can
Okay.
choose the age range.
Do you recall how many were in the age range that were compared with the plaintiff's fMRI?
I don't recall. I think we used about 50 patients, but many of those would have been younger patients. So,
And how about, has there been any effort to quantify statistically the reliability of your normative database?
yes, in fact, each test, we print out a statistical threshold of what the standard deviation of the normative controls are and what that patient's activation were.
Okay. And is there an established rate of error?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. The standard deviation will tell you what the probability is that that particular test is a false negative or false positive. So if you have two standard deviations, that means the probability is 95% that it falls outside of the normal range. And if it's three standard deviations, it's like 97%.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Egan?
I just have a couple questions. You asked many that I was going to, Your Honor. So I'll just be real brief. Dr. Gibby, good to see you again. Does anyone other than your clinic use your database?
As I said, Dr. Quing Yang has used it.
Okay. Anyone other than him?
Yes, we set it up at George Washington University a few years ago. I had a son attending residency there. I don't know if they're currently using it, but they had used it.
Okay. And has anyone, any outside researcher, validated your statistical analysis that you were just talking about, the standard deviation test?
Well, as I've said, we presented this in a peer-reviewed fashion in order to have the abstracts and so forth accepted. There have been, I assume, physicians with knowledge that would look at that. So we've publicly given our results. Yes.
Okay. But has anyone used your database, run your same tests, the various functional activities you ask people to do during the scans, and then compared their results with your results, critically
Yes.
analyze those?
Yes, I mean when you run the program, it automatically brings up the normative control group, so you can see the activation of those. So they would be using those by default. You're not only comparing statistically, you're visually comparing the activation patterns of these side by side. I think that's another advantage here is you're able to, as a neuroradiologist, compare visibly how these are activating.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Any follow-up?
Dr. Gibby? Over, let's say, I don't know how many number of years you've been informed by your fMRI testing about how many patients and data points. And data points, is there more than one data point per individual? For example, the MRI does, I think, thousands, if not millions of scans. Could you explain that for the court?
So in order to quantitate functional activation, you need lots of data. And so each test that we run has about 1,800 images per test, and there will be 7 tests at least. So, we roughly process about 15,000 images per case. Takes several hours of processing.
So each individual, or each, let's say, 50 patients has.
There'll be hundreds of thousands of images in the patient database, yes.
Okay. And you change your machines every so often, and you have to recalibrate them, right?
I don't know about recalibrate, but these.
Use your terms.
We just get better signal to noise. So as technology moves, we want to have the best data that we can get. So a few years ago, when we upgraded our MRI machine, we reran all of the statistical controls.
How many years ago was that?
It's been probably 3 years ago, 3 or 4.
Now, a larger population of tests for each individual, about 18,000 per individual, that has statistical significance, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the data speaks for itself. You can see just on the images the quality of the color representations of how the data is displayed. But I think it's very good data.
Kind of like the old black and white TV, and now you get the digital high definition TV?
We've improved we've decreased the noise by about a factor of a square root of 2, 1.4 times in the last few years. So the statistical, and we published on this. In fact, we received a patent on this. We are getting better images than we did 10 years ago. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, could you explain the patent?
Beyond the scope.
Objection, Your Honor. I think this is beyond.
Yes, you mentioned the patent in the first few minutes of my.
Overruled, go ahead.
So fMRI images are very signal limited. All MRI images are noisy, but what you're looking for is a really subtle change in the signal intensity because the brain is using more oxygen. Okay, so you're looking at a very subtle change in signal to noise. And the patent that we did was to do a cubic spline interpolation of the data, which essentially you look at your neighbors. So if you think about, if you saw a droplet of water in the sky, you might say, oh, could that be random or is rain coming? But if you saw a cloud and you had thousands of droplets of water, you would say it's a rainstorm, right? And so we essentially look at the neighbors of a particular voxel and we say, is this noise or is it not? And it turns out if the neighbors are activating, then it's more likely that you are also, that yours is not a random noise, So by doing that more advanced statistical analysis, we get about a 1.4 improvement in the signal to noise of the images.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Mr. Egan? There were some, okay. Thank you. Dr. Gibby, you may step down.
Thank you.
Any comments before the court rules?
Your Honor, statistics are dependent, I think, on numbers, and he just explained the difference. There are tens of thousands per individual of those 50 for his normative database, and that adds up to a lot. And as we know, the higher the data points, the more reliable the statistical analysis is.
Mr. Egan?
Your Honor, just a couple quick points. The database, as I understand it, involved just 50 patients, which seems like a unreliably small sample size, especially given that it was a lot of young patients, different than Terry Sanderson's profile. It's not generally used his database and methods, and then I don't believe I heard anything that about his particular control, the database that's used to control his findings being scrutinized. I heard that it was used and has been seen by people but not critically examined by outsiders. Those would be my points.
Okay, thank you. If you'll give me just a minute. Okay, under Rule 702B, which is what the court's ruling on, the scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge may serve as the basis for an expert testimony if there's a threshold showing that the principles or methods are reliable, based on sufficient facts or data, and been reliably applied to the facts. This is part of the court's gatekeeper function to screen out unreliable expert testimony, and the court is required to use rational skepticism in evaluating this. What the court's focused on is this normative database and what conclusions that the witness may be drawing from this normative database, whether there's been a threshold showing of reliability. And there's different standards in the federal court versus Utah. They may be the same in this instance, but I'm applying the Utah standard, which I believe that the witness has provided a threshold showing of reliability of their normative database. They indicated that their understanding of how to make sure that the database is recognized as scientifically valid, that it contains controls, that it's reproducible, and that it's subject to statistical testing, and that this database had all of that. While the number of patients in that database seems to be small, the witness did, on a threshold basis, and I'm not commenting on the weight or how great the evidence is, but on a threshold basis, satisfy the court that there is sufficient reliability applying those factors. The court also considered whether it had been tested or the subject of peer review analysis or publication. There's been some publication of the database, as well as it being provided to independent peers, although it doesn't sound as though anyone has actually tested it or written it up. It has been out in the marketplace of scientific ideas for many years, or several years anyway, that would permit that sort of analysis. And based on the application of statistics to the database, as the witness has described, it is the reliability of the findings are scientifically testable. So I will overrule the objection. Anything further before the jury comes in? Okay, we're ready for the jury. May be seated. Thank you, and good morning, members of the jury. Thank you for your patience this morning. The lawyers are working hard to move the case along. I hope that you weathered the storms on your way in here today. Seemed to be coming and going as time went on. But we're ready to proceed. Mr. Bueller, do you have a witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The plaintiff calls Dr. Wendell Gibby.
Dr. Gibby, you can take the stand. Dr. Gibby was already sworn in by the court before you arrived.
Good morning, Dr. Gibby.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and tell us where you come from or where you were born and where you grew up?
It's probably more than you want to know. It's Wendell Arlen Gibby. I was born in Idaho, grew up mostly in Utah, and I've lived in a lot of places around the country.
Okay. Starting with high school, please tell us your educational background.
So I went to high school at Orem High. I attended Brigham Young University and graduated in chemistry, went to University of Utah in medical school. From there, I did a diagnostic radiology residence. Well, I did an internship in it was a rotating internship at UCLA Harbor General, a county hospital in Los Angeles, and then a diagnostic radiology residency at University of Arizona and a fellowship in neuroradiology at University of Pennsylvania. I've taught at 3 universities. For a while, I was a young staff member at University of Utah. I taught both neuroradiology and interventional radiology at University of Arizona for approximately 3 years. And I'm currently an adjunct professor of radiology at University of California, San Diego.
Please explain what radiology is in layman's terms, if you could briefly.
Radiology is imaging, comprises X-rays, MRI, CT, ultrasound, those types of things, as well as a growing practice is the image-guided treatment or interventional radiology. So various treatments of cancer and degenerative problems with image-guided therapy.
Is there any other training you haven't mentioned that you think the court or the jury would like to know?
Well, I founded a software business many years ago, and we've done a lot of advanced imaging. So we currently are involved with an augmented reality guidance product. We've done a number of advanced imaging technologies over the years. We have about 200 employees and are in about 1,000 facilities around the world.
Okay.
I guess some training by default.
Okay. Describe the types of patients you treat.
So we see a wide spectrum of patients with imaging. As a neuroradiologist, I've focused on the brain and spine, but we see a wide spectrum. And in our clinic in Provo, we also read for a half a dozen other facilities around the state.
Okay, and what are the types of patients' problems do you see? For example, brain injury?
Definitely. Athletic injuries, sports, concussions, automobile, and motor vehicle injury. We diagnose and treat a fair number of people with other neurologic conditions like multiple sclerosis, strokes, dementia, a lot of degenerative problems in people's spines, disc herniations, those types of things.
And, what about rib injuries or injuries to the torso? Do you see many patients like that? Is it within the scope of your training and specialty to determine the causation of traumatic brain injury?
Yes.
How so, if you could explain that?
Well, neuroradiology is the science of imaging and diagnosis. So we see virtually any patient that has a significant head injury will at some point come through our imaging with CT or MRI. I also run an urgent care facility at our multi-specialty clinic that I own. I've written textbooks on imaging. I wrote a 2,000-page neuroradiology textbook many years ago that, of course, was an exhaustive review of the literature and different cranial problems. So I think I'm qualified to discuss brain injury.
What about rib injuries? Are you qualified to discuss those, and how so?
Well, I also am involved with general radiology. We read lots of plain x-rays. When I was at Utah Valley Hospital, I was there for about 15 years. I was chairman of the department for a couple of years. We had a large population of trauma patients coming in. It was a tertiary referral center. Also, when I was at University of Utah and at University of Arizona, we had large populations of trauma patients coming in. And, that body injury, rib trauma is a common problem in trauma patients. It's a common process, so any general radiologist should be qualified to read a rib fracture.
If you could give us a really rough estimate, how many patients have you seen over your career, and maybe approximately how many scans have you seen, radiological scans?
Tens of thousands, a lot. So typically a radiologist will see roughly 100 patients a day. So over a 250-day year and a 30-year career, you could do the math, but we see lots of images.
Okay. If you could explain for the jury, what is a closed head injury or closed head brain injury?
It's trauma that involves the inside or the cranial contents, but doesn't necessarily break the skull or lacerate the skull. So typically some type of deceleration injury. The human cranium, of course, is a marvelous organ. We do incredible things as humans. But one of the things that was not built or designed for is rapid deceleration. And so we see lots of head injuries in sports, in motor vehicular trauma, so the brain is bathed in this bath of CSF fluid that acts as a shock absorber. But if the skull stops quickly and the brain doesn't stop, it will strike or bounce around inside the skull, and it can create shock waves of energy that will disrupt fiber connections in the brain.
So is a closed head brain injury the same as a traumatic brain injury or TBI?
Yes.
And explain what a MTBI is and how it compares to other TBIs.
Well, there's different gradations of TBI. So traumatic brain injury can be, everything from a person is comatose and decerebrate and non-functional to transient, loss of consciousness. We see lots of in repeated traumatic brain injury where even short duration injuries can have fairly profound sequelae. That's been a notable process in the news in the last few years with NFL and other sports programs. But it's just an issue of gradation.
Okay. And just explain for us, because it's been used, post-concussion symptoms. Explain what those are.
Well, for the human brain to work, there's a lot of interconnectedness that has to happen. And the simple things that we would do, like move our arm or breathe or, you know, it doesn't take a lot of brain function. But some of the higher cortical functions that we have in terms of emotional control, in terms of executive functioning, problem solving, multitasking. I mean, you think of the billions of interconnections that have to happen in order for the brain to function correctly. And so, unlike, say, if you were to pluck out a part of the brain, the problems with a concussion tend to be more generalized. They tend to affect systems. So people often exhibit memory challenges. Memory requires a lot of interplay of the brain. They will have depression, so emotional lability. People will find that they can't control their anger as well. The frontal lobes are vital for creating, the normal personal relationships and control of how we act to people. And if those areas get damaged, people don't have the same ability to control their emotions. Oftentimes it will reflect in sleeplessness, so difficulty with sleeping. So there's a wide variety of symptoms that people will have after a concussion, and it can be somewhat variable in terms of how they resolve or whether they resolve at all.
How many people suffering a concussion, in your experience with your training, completely recover?
Well, the vast majority. I mean, I think I saw a statistic a few years back in collegiate sports, or something like 300,000 concussions a year. So there's a lot of people that bang into each other and they will sustain brief loss of consciousness, they'll ring their bell, so to speak. So the vast majority of people get better after a concussion.
But what about those who don't? How many are approximately are?
I think that, again, is a factor related to age, underlying problems. So a 20-year-old is more likely to recover from a concussion than an 80-year-old. Someone who has a single concussion is more likely to recover than someone who has repeated injuries. Someone who has an underlying brain problem, and their brain is, currently functioning well, but this can tip them over to create dysfunction. So I don't know what that statistic is, and I think it's probably the wrong question, because what you really should ask is, has it happened, and what evidence is that it persists? Because if it occurs, it's 100% probability. It's 100% probability that that person has a concussion and has symptoms.
And what are those symptoms that typically persist? Let's say in someone like Terry Sanderson, who was 69 at the time of this crash.
Yeah, so Terry, actually, if you read his record, which is fairly extensive, and the depositions of people that had known Terry very well, his partner, his children, his friends, Terry had been a very high-functioning, high-energy person. He was every day doing lots of things, meetup groups, skiing, wine tasting, volunteering for various organizations, and so forth. But after his accident, he deteriorated abruptly. And many of the activities that he used to do, he stopped doing, like dancing, for the most part, his skiing activities. His personal interactions with his children and his grandchildren suffered. He had trouble multitasking. He normally could, handle multiple projects at once, but he would have to sit there and focus very hard on one task. He would go to Home Depot, for example, and forget why he was there. What was he supposed to get there? And one occasion in the record, he describes having to call the police to come and pick him up because he's lost his car when he was hiking, something that hadn't happened to him before. His girlfriend expressed this change where he had this emotional lability. He would get angry. He would be very emotional about things, which was atypical for Terry. He also experienced a worsening of his depression. And so those are very typical hallmarks of someone who has had a traumatic brain injury.
That someone who has persistent post-concussive symptoms that last longer than let's say a year and a half, are those, what does that mean for someone like Terry in the general population?
Well, I think that, in Terry's case, he'd been a physician, an optometrist. He was a very active guy. He was well respected by his family, had a close relationship with his daughters. But I think he lost some of that connectedness. He would be angry with his grandchildren, for example. In the record, it talks about an incident where he's, yelling at his granddaughter for closing a door or something. Just difficulty maintaining friendships, difficulty with the relationships that he had. The partner that he was with, they split. I think that the ability to function at a high level was lost for Terry. It required him, he could function, he still functions, and he was a bright guy to begin with, so certainly capable of doing most things, but many of the things that gave him pleasure in life and many of those friendships and relationships seem to have been abruptly diminished by this injury.
You mentioned the record. Please tell the jury some of the things that you reviewed in this case.
So I reviewed, of course.
First, did you meet with, examine or meet with Terry Sanderson?
I did meet with Terry, examined him briefly. We did some advanced imaging of his brain, both anatomic imaging. We saw some findings that were consistent with normal pressure hydrocephalus. We did CSF flow imaging, and we also did some functional brain imaging. So that was the primary reason for meeting Terry, but I did get a chance to talk to him and spend about a half an hour with him. I also reviewed all of the imaging, because that's what I am as a radiologist, that included images that were done shortly after the accident, a CT scan, the day following his injury, rib x-rays and chest x-rays that were performed the day after his injury, follow-up MRI images of his brain, of his thoracic spine, et cetera, that were done at a facility called Cognitive FX. And then the images, of course, that we performed several years later. And for the medical record, I reviewed notes from the Veterans Hospital, literally hundreds of pages of various medical records. The accident report from Deer Valley, the ski report incident. Reviewed the depositions of his children, two of his daughters, and his partner, and his friend Craig Ramon, and I reviewed the testimony of other expert witnesses that were provided, so a lot of data.
Did you also review the defense's expert reports?
I did.
I'll just mention them briefly just to refresh your memory. There's a Galit Ashkenazi. She's a neuropsychologist. Do you remember reviewing hers?
I do.
Angela, another neuropsychologist is Angela Eastfold.
Yes.
And then these are the next three are MDs: Robert Hesch, Stephen Edgley, and Carl Black. You reviewed those too.
Yes.
It's going to be, I don't know if you can see the screen, and if it's okay with the judge, can he step out to look at it?
Sure. Just want to make sure we pick up the audio is all.
I don't think there's going to be audio here. Oops, that's my screensaver. Daughter and wife. Let's see if I can- Oh, I don't want to.
Do you have the
Mr.
exhibit
Bueller?
book?
What?
Mr. Bueller, before you show
Oh, I'm
this, will
sorry.
you just let us know, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to show plaintiff's exhibits. Sorry. I'm going to show plaintiff's exhibit 3 first, and then the next ones will be those one, let's see. They're the same ones you showed.
Plaintiff's 3's already been received?
Okay. So first I'm going to show, well, I'm going to show, I'll show plaintiff's exhibit 3.
Dr. Zip.
Okay, this is plaintiff's exhibit 3, and it's already been admitted. You can see, let's see.
Turn the switch on the side. Don't mind it.
How do I-
Don't mind it.
Okay. So you see it's the date of the incident, Dr. Gibby, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and it was, time of the incident is 11:55 a.m., just before noon. The name of the student is deleted, but I'll represent that it's Gwyneth Paltrow. We have that elsewhere. Skier right, bandana slight pitch before flat on top. Then I'm going to show you the,
So I think there's a problem here. Gwyneth Paltrow was not a student, so.
but that's what was written on the report. I think we have that elsewhere. It was deleted, I think, for privacy purposes when it was.
Sure it's not her.
Child?
I'm quite sure. I think it was done to protect the privacy, and that's why it was deleted here, but it's not the child. There were probably 4 children here. But the main thing I wanted to show is that the person filling out this report, Eric Christensen, it says, "I didn't see it, but heard her scream." You've reviewed this report, correct, Dr. Gibby?
I have.
Then I'm going to just go down to the bottom, and here it says instructor name Eric Christensen. Then I'm going to go up here and other employees, guests. It mentions the other instructor, Carrie Oakes. And in addition to saying I didn't see it, he also indicates down here, did you witness the incident? No. He said, I saw the immediate aftermath. Then it says, do you see where it says both were in discomfort?
I do.
And during lunch, she talked of being stiff and sore. I believe that would reference the student there, which I think we'll be able to show later that Gwyneth Paltrow's name was there, because this was the one provided to the plaintiff when he asked for a record of what happened. Does this idea that both were in discomfort, does that inform you that there may have been a traumatic event after this ski collision that caused injury?
Objection leading.
Overruled?
Go ahead.
Well, I don't think it's in question that there was a collision, and
Oops.
the two individuals were involved in a collision on a ski slope, so I'm not sure what, I mean, yes, they both were injured.
Okay. I just want to quickly go through these, but I'll try to be fast. Let's see, there we go, come on. Now this is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. I move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, the incident report of the ski patroller, Whitney Smith.
We can take it off the
Oh,
screen
sorry,
until
Your
it's
Honor.
admitted. Any objection?
No.
Okay. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 is received.
Okay, we can see this is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Again, it's the same date. You see that, right?
I do.
And it says injured person, Terry Sanderson. And then location, Bandana. Collision, yes. With unknown other party not present. And the description of the skier is advanced intermediate. And
Your Honor, I apologize to interrupt, but I'm wondering if there's a question
okay.
instead of just reading through the record.
Did this record inform you as a basis of your opinions?
I did review this record, yes.
Okay. We'll get back to this one later. Well, I'm going to just briefly go back to this. This is page 2 of the record. Let's see if it pops up again. There it goes. This is page 2 of Exhibit 1. And it says, what did you do? Assessment, mild disorientation, and rib pain, right side. You see that? Did this inform your opinions?
Yes.
And transport via toboggan to EFA, which I understand is Empire First Aid. Reassessment, disorientation lessened. How does what does disorientation mean to you after a ski collision like this?
It's symptoms of a head injury.
Okay. Just the page 3, I'd like to know. Okay, I'm going to go back to page 1. I forgot to emphasize this. Do you see where it says was hit from behind?
Yes.
That's the injured's description of the incident. I'm going to go to page 3, and you'll note the date at the bottom of page 3. It wasn't February 26, 2016. It was 3 weeks later, March 18, 2016. So the author of this report, Whitney Smith, wrote a supplement. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so she didn't write this the first time. She didn't have the name of the other party on the report, but she did have this written. Let's see, I can't read it myself. Let's see, what is that word? Oh, I recall, because she's recalling 3 weeks later, that upon arriving on the scene on Bandana at the bridge, I found patient Terry Sanderson There was on the right side of the run in his skis. The mountain host that radio patrol was above doing traffic control. A friend of Terry's was also present, a large man, blue jacket, black pants, dark hair, hereby referred to as large male friend. I'll represent to you that that large male friend testified yesterday. His name is Craig Ramon. You read this part of the report too, correct?
I have.
Terry said that he was uncertain what happened. Large male friend told Terry that a woman had struck him from behind, knocking him down. Large male friend stated he believed the woman had been Gwyneth Paltrow. Does that inform your opinions about what happened in the ski crash?
Yes.
Okay, and it looks like I asked, Whitney Smith writes 3 weeks later, I asked if anyone had spoken to the woman. Large male friend said he had asked her if she was all right. He said she had told him she was fine and skied away. But this is 3 weeks later, so during assessment, transport, and time at the first aid, large male friend continued to say that the woman involved in the collision was Gwyneth Paltrow. And then it goes on to describe, at Empire First Aid, we were met by 3 others from Terry's skiing group, a blonde woman, a man, and Debbie. I recall large male friend reiterating to the group his identification of the woman to have been Gwyneth Paltrow. Debbie left to retrieve the car from Snow Park, and the other 3 friends left a while later to continue skiing. I stayed and monitored Terry until Debbie arrived with the car and took him to the clinic. Then she writes at the bottom, I believe the other party, LMF, was Craig. That's, you understand that to be Craig Ramon, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for going through this with me, because I want to just set the foundation for what happened and what informs your opinions. Let's see. Now I'm going to show you a progress note. Sorry, Your Honor. I'd like to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
No.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 4 is received.
This is a progress note dated the date of the collision, February 26, 2016. It's not clear what time, whether that's a 24-hour clock or not. And it's by this Michael McMahon. He may or may not appear and provide testimony, but this is what he wrote about this on that date. Vital signs, weight 177 pounds. And then said, patient collided with another skier at approximately 1300 today. This is why the 9:15 is not clear whether that is that may not be a time that corresponds to any real time. It could be a clock that's not set or something. But at 1300 today, that would be 1 p.m., correct? Yeah. Anyway, it states he lost consciousness and ski patrol responded. Patient was helmeted. And then it says complains mild headache and pain when taking a deep breath. What does that indicate to you, Dr. Gibby?
Well, he was evaluated by a physician assistant at an Instacare. It's clear that he had some chest symptoms with he was having trouble breathing, having pain with deep breaths, and that he'd had some period of loss of consciousness, which was reported by the provider. It sounded like that the provider suggested a CT scan, but Terry declined it. I think that there was enough, certainly enough injury to warrant concern for a CT scan.
And then at the bottom it says, after brief discussion to determine stability, patient was referred to the emergency room by private vehicle for CT scan and further evaluation. Does that support the opinion that Terry suffered a concussion that day, February 26, 2016?
It does, and he ultimately had a CT scan and images of his broken ribs.
Okay. I apologize for making you go through all these simple records, but they're important. Your Honor, I move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 5.
No.
Okay.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 5 is received.
No, come on, let's see. So this is dated February 27, the day after the collision. It's the emergency department. I'll represent that it's the Veterans Hospital. Sometime, I think it's down here somewhere. Yeah, printed at George E. Whalen Veterans Administration Medical Center in Salt Lake City. And anyway, it's a multi-page document. I'm not going, it also has other dates, but I'm going to focus just on that date. And it says, ski accident yesterday with positive LOC. What is LOC?
Loss of consciousness.
And it states slight HA, headache, and today being more irritable, and complains of right lateral rib pain that is worse with inspiration, denies neck pain. Did that inform your opinions?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get on to the rib x-rays, they'll come later. Tell us what your opinions about the concussion that the plaintiffs allege happened on February 26, 2016. Did Terry suffer one?
Yes. I don't think there's any dispute among providers, the people that were present, Terry's own testimony. He had a loss of consciousness. He had a significant head injury. He struck the ground, and even though he was helmeted, he was unconscious for a period of time. It's been described variably in the record from 2 minutes to 40 minutes, but it seems like it was, several minutes duration.
And what does LOC mean with regard to a concussion?
It's one of the predictive markers of a concussion that's more serious. So loss of consciousness means that the person is not aware, not functioning in their surroundings.
Now, you've read the report or the testimony of Craig Ramon, the witness at the collision site, correct?
I have read his deposition.
Okay, he testified yesterday, and I'll represent that I don't think it was in conflict with his deposition. But, what opinions do you have about the cause of this concussion that Terry suffered that day, February 26th?
Well, I mean, the cause of the concussion was a collision. He was, I don't think there's any question a collision occurred. Both witnesses from the ski school and Terry and Terry's friends describe a significant collision. There's an argument about who caused what, but that's something to be discussed later. But there was a collision. In my opinion, the collision involved Terry at some point striking a hard enough object to break his ribs and to create a brain injury. And I think that the only object there that could have provided sufficient force for that would be either a direct, helmet to the head, which did not occur, or striking the ground. And so it's my opinion that Terry's concussion was caused by him striking the ground and hitting his head.
Would striking the force of striking the ground, I'm going to skip ahead to the rib injury, would striking the ground increase if he had someone on his back?
Well, I think that the force of injury, just falling over, would not be the same force as if you have someone striking you and knocking you over. If you have the combined mass of two people, that would also increase the force on that. So, yeah, I think that the combination of those things probably increased his likelihood for injury.
Would Terry Sanderson's rib injuries also inform you about how severe the impact was?
Yeah, so on his chest x-ray, which I'm not sure if you've shown the jury, but, and I did bring a computer so I can bring those up if you would like, but he had 4 displaced rib fractures. So they were on the lateral side, on his right side, and Terry was 69 at the time, male, had very normal looking bone density, so certainly not elderly or osteoporotic. And in order to break, essentially snap 4 ribs, would require a substantial amount of force.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 30, the chest x-rays.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 30 is received.
Dr. Gibby, are these the chest x-rays that you reviewed?
Yes, but these are really low resolution, poor copies, so I'm not sure what you're trying to show here.
Mostly to remind you that these are the chest x-rays you reviewed at one time.
Okay.
And we understand x-ray experts like yourself, radiologists, like to have the pure images, but this is mostly to refresh your memory of what you reviewed.
Yeah, but you cropped off where the fractures are located on the right side there.
Do you see them there?
No.
Okay, I think we might have a better version of that, but we'll deal with that later.
Can we plug his computer in?
I can plug my computer in and let you see it directly.
Yeah. Okay.
Have a short recess. Mr. Bueller, your voice is a little quiet at times. Maybe you could just direct this a little closer to you.
Yeah. Was that little portable thing working yesterday?
Yes, it was. Yep.
Should I use that, Your Honor?
Yeah, your choice, either. All right, thank you. Say, Bridget, did Judge Mrazek ever have problems with the computer?
That is the basis for the report that he had reviewed at his deposition. It's Exhibit 32, and then also 31, which is a better blow-up of the rib x-rays. The one I had was...
Objection to the rib image, which is 31, but we definitely object to 32, which is that 2009 MRI.
You object to him, to Dr. Gibby, but how about as an exhibit? Do you object to it being entered as an exhibit?
We object to Dr. Gibby offering opinions about it that he didn't offer at his deposition.
I realize that, but how about just the exhibit?
Oh, just admitting it?
Well, we don't want him talking about it.
Yeah, I think this is actually from us, Your Honor, so we would not object to the
Plaintiff's
exhibit
exhibits
itself.
31 and 32 are received as to whether the witness can testify regarding 32. Do you have record of him? Can this witness can you have this witness identify whether he reviewed it prior to his deposition? Could counsel please approach as soon as the jury comes in? Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Dr. Gibby, I have a better photograph or version of the chest x-ray. I'd just like to show that to you briefly so we can see it. This is Plaintiff's Exhibit 31.
Has been received.
Okay. What is the importance of this to your opinions, Dr. Gibby?
This was an x-ray taken the day after his incident, showing it's a series of images of his ribs. And I think the importance of this is documenting the trauma that he sustained.
Okay.
And can I describe that to the jury?
Yes, please. Why is it important?
We lost the image.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'll put it back up. I thought we were done.
Is it okay if I go point out on the last screen?
You may. I'm sure the fractures.
What?
I'm
Yeah.
sure the fractures.
Yeah. Would you like the pointer, the
Yes.
laser?
There should be a microphone there for you. You can take that and walk over to the screen.
I can speak loudly, if that helps.
I hear him perfectly.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay. So these white bands are the ribs, which are bright on an x-ray because they are denser, they're made of calcium. And you can see here where the rib is disrupted. There's a fracture here, there's one here, there's one here. So he has, there's one here. So he has a total of 4 fractured ribs along the lateral side of his right chest. And it's over a substantial area, a good 7 or 8 inches across his chest. But I just wanted you to see that these are, they're not subtle. These fractures are displaced, and they occur over a significant area.
So, Dr. Gibby, the concussion and the broken ribs, what opinions do you draw about the extent of Terry Sanderson's injuries?
Well, I don't think it was, just a minor bump. He had enough force to knock him unconscious, enough force to have persisting cranial symptoms that are documented in the record, and enough force to break 4 of the ribs on the right side of his chest. And that, along with the deceleration of striking the ground, I think I think that the rib fractures certainly corroborate that there was enough force to cause a head injury. And of course, he was complaining of the rib pain immediately after the accident, and subsequently had this evaluated by the Instacare, and then I think he went to the Veterans Hospital probably because he was a vet and had the ability to get free care there the next day.
Okay. I think you answered my next question. What injuries did this crash cause? Is there anything else that you can comment on that form your, or that are the basis of your opinion, or give the jury your opinion?
Well, I think those are the ones that are described in the record. He does have some abnormalities on his spine, both in the cervical area, but I don't think those have been addressed by the patient or in the court as part of this process. So the two primary complaints he had were the chest injury, which healed over a period of months. Rib fractures can be very, very painful. And in some cases, they will go in and plate the ribs back together in order to reduce the risk of lung puncture and to help people heal quicker. We also do some pain management techniques with this, where we will inject cortisone and numbing medicine around the broken ribs. But as you can imagine, every time someone takes a breath, that fracture is moving. Unlike, say, a long bone, you can't really cast the chest. You can't immobilize it. So it does take a period of time for these to heal. And again, it makes it difficult to breathe as a result of them.
Do the rib fractures indicate that Dr. Sanderson or Terry Sanderson was hit from the rear and from the side, and why?
So I think that's, one of the really the core questions of this case. It doesn't seem to be any dispute that there was a collision. It doesn't seem to be any dispute that there were injuries. Dr. Sanderson experienced enough trauma to break ribs and cause a concussion. Then the question is, was this something that he caused or the defendant caused? And based upon my analysis of the x-rays and the reports from the witness, Craig, who was there, I think it's very unlikely that this would have been caused by Terry running into Gwyneth Paltrow. First of all, when you're skiing, your knees would be bent, your arms would...
Just an objection. Maybe we should approach for this one. Sure.
Dr. Gibby, what's your opinion as to how this crash, these injuries were caused?
I think based on the stated testimony of the defendant, Craig Ramon, who was the only eyewitness, and based upon the pattern of injuries that are present here, what I believe happened is that he was struck from the left side, and that forced him into the ground. It's also been the testimony here that Ms. Paltrow was on top of him at some point, so the combined weight of the two individuals slamming into the ground caused the fracture and the head injury. And I don't think it would be plausible that if he were running into her that he would have broken the ribs on the side of his chest. He likely would have had his arms extended, he would have protected himself, he would have had knees, arms, etc. in front of his chest. And so he might have had other injuries. He could have broken a leg or an arm or a wrist or something like that. But in terms of a frontal collision, had he run into Ms. Paltrow, I don't think he would have had these types of injuries. And I also think, you know, just given the differential in mass of the people involved, I think she would have broken his fall, so to speak, reduced his collision velocity and the impact, and probably had he been the person running into her, I don't think he would have sustained these types of injuries.
Thank you. Does your expertise allow you to make these conclusions like you do?
Yes.
Now I'd like to talk about the head injury again. We went through the ribs. We'll go back and forth. You've examined Terry Sanderson, and it was about 5 years after the crash, correct?
Correct.
What can you tell the jury about how persistent his injuries are and whether they are permanent?
I think the record is fairly replete with examples of where Terry has continued to suffer from some neurologic deficits, both in his ability to focus, his ability to perform tasks, his memory, and especially his interpersonal relationships, emotional ability, and anger management, and some of those things, which Terry had not had those issues prior to the accident. So I do think his symptoms have been persistent. There is some evidence in the record from his daughter that some of these things had gotten a bit better, that he had improved, but he wasn't back to normal.
Will he ever get back to normal, and why?
You know, I don't know. The human brain has some plasticity to it, but as we get older, our ability to reform neural connections and to improve diminishes substantially with time. And typically, if a person has not regained that function or lost capacity within about 12 to 18 months, they're probably not going to get it back.
Why wasn't Ms. Paltrow hurt significantly in this collision?
Well, I don't know that I have an answer to that. Ms. Paltrow, first of all, the record suggests that she was hurt. She was stiff and sore after the accident at lunch. At least that's what the ski instructor reported. She's much younger than Terry, and therefore probably more capable of that type of collision. But I don't want to speculate. I mean, she could have been injured, yes.
refer you to the defense experts. You reviewed their reports, correct?
I did.
And why don't we start with the medical doctors, doctors doctors Black, Edgley, and Hesh. How do you differ, or what is your response to their opinions in this case?
Well, you'd probably have to refresh my memory on some of those opinions, because that's a fairly blanket statement, but I can recall at least some of the opinions of Dr. Black. He had reviewed the imaging and suggested that there was evidence of multi-infarct white matter disease, and there was atrophy of the brain. I don't think in Terry's case there's much atrophy. His cortical gyri, the cortex itself, is still very well preserved for his age. What he has is dilatation of his ventricles. So at least the inner part of the brain looks, the fluid pathways are dilated, but I don't think he has significant brain atrophy, as you might see in someone with dementia or multiple strokes or long-standing injuries. So in that respect, I would disagree with Dr. Black. I do think that Dr. Black discussed the diagnosis of normal pressure hydrocephalus, and I'd like to just say that is a clinical diagnosis, and Terry Sanders did not have any of the clinical symptoms associated with normal pressure hydrocephalus. He had radiologic findings of dilated ventricles, but he had not progressed. He had a compensated hydrocephalus, essentially. But many people have dilated ventricles, and they do just fine. What he clearly did not have were the classic symptoms of normal pressure hydrocephalus, such as problems with his gait, ataxia, for example. If someone is ataxic, they're probably not going to be skiing. He did not have symptoms of dementia. He was a very bright, active, engaged person. He did not have difficulty with urinary incontinence or, urinary problems. So the typical symptoms of normal pressure hydrocephalus, which is usually diagnosed later, I think it was just serendipity that these images found these dilated ventricles. But in Terry's case, I don't think they were causing symptoms, and I don't think they're the primary cause of his current symptoms. And by the way, the ventricular dilatation had been present for at least a decade. They were seen on a CT scan at the Veterans Hospital a decade earlier, and they had been stable for a long period of time.
Can you talk about NPH being a risk factor for persistent post-concussive symptoms?
Well, I think in this case, some of the risk factors for having persistent problems with concussion, one of the risk factors is if you've had repeated trauma. We know that from football players and other athletes. Another risk factor is age. As you get older, your brain has a harder time adjusting. But I think in Terry's case, he had this condition where his fluid spaces, the lateral and third ventricles, were dilated. And as a result, the fibers that connect the halves of the brain together are stretched over this structure. Water is not a very compressible substance. If you put a shock wave into water, like you drop a depth charge in a submarine, that force is violently transmitted to the submarine. And in the case of Terry, he had these fluid spaces that were enlarged in the inside of his brain, and his fiber connections, his white matter, was already somewhat stretched. It was already, at risk, and that shock or that rapid deceleration injury likely was exacerbated by the presence of this underlying condition.
So are the problems Terry's experiencing now with his persistent concussive symptoms, how was that, or was that caused by pre-existing conditions or by this concussion, and why?
Well, I don't think it's, I mean, in terms of trying to figure out causation, you have to look at what happened before and what happened after. Immediately before the event, Terry was in a stable, committed relationship with a person. He had a great relationship with his daughters and his grandchildren. He had many friends. He was very sociable. By all accounts, a gregarious, sort of outgoing person. This event happens, and he has a very abrupt change of personality, of his functioning. And so I don't think you can claim that the slow, well, actually very stable, over the decade previous with his normal pressure hydrocephalus, that whatever that was, did not cause his abrupt change in symptoms post-accident. Now, we all age, we all get symptoms over time, and could the normal pressure hydrocephalus affect him at some point in his life? Absolutely. But so could other problems related to aging.
Okay, Dr. Stephen Edgley, medical doctor, indicates in his report that none of plaintiff's medical records support his claims that perceived symptoms of cognitive decline are related to the ski collision. How do you respond to the defense's expert on that?
Well, obviously the defense expert has he's paid to give a certain storyline. I think the record is very clear that he had changes in his behavior, in his interpersonal relationships, and in his functioning. So I'm not sure how this doctor could claim that there were no symptoms related to the accident. So yeah, I think that's wishful thinking.
Dr. Robert Hesch, spelled H-O-E-S-C-H, indicates that Terry's persisting neurological conditions or symptoms that he reports since the ski crash are likely attributable to pre-existing health conditions. How do you respond to Dr. Hesch?
Well, again, he wasn't suffering from those pre-existing health conditions before the accident. There are some things in the medical record. He had an embolic event to his right eye, so he lost most of the vision in his eye. So he did have some visual changes. He had some age-related hearing loss, which in the medical record was described as mild. He was using hearing aids, not uncommon at that age. He had a history of high blood pressure, although it had been well controlled. He was on blood pressure medication. I think that the imaging that I did and that others have done on his brain over the last decade have not shown the sequela of the, that somehow hypertension was causing brain problems. He does not have multiple tiny white matter infarcts in the location that you typically see with hypertensive disease. He has some white matter disease around the corpus callosum where these stretched ventricles are. But hypertensive white matter disease usually occurs where there are little small end vessels, kind of at the zones where there isn't great blood supply to the white matter. So deep white matter, places like the thalamostriate arteries and the basal ganglia, the pons, deep brain structures, and he has none of that. He has no little infarcts in those areas that are typical for hypertensive related brain injury or white matter disease. He has no cortical infarcts. that would be related to previous strokes. He had a few other conditions. He had a laminectomy on his back, which I think is completely unrelated. He had had some arthritis in a finger and a thumb. Terry Sanders had some medical issues and medical complaints. There's no question about it. But I don't think we can blame his current medical conditions on just pre-existing conditions.
Okay. So a neuropsychologist, Angela Eastfold, also has opinions about Terry. She confirms that he had a mild concussion, but then goes on to say that the course and evolution of his self-reported symptoms are inconsistent with the known trajectory of concussive-related symptoms. What is your response to Dr. Eastfold?
Well, I agree with her that Terry had a concussion. I think we can agree that much. The normal trajectory of concussive patients is typically to recover. So yes, in that regard, he did not follow the normal trajectory. But this is not a normal case. This is a case that he has continued to suffer, and he had an abrupt change in his activities and in his functioning. So, I guess people can disagree politely.
Do you think that any of Terry's pre-existing conditions, like NPH or sore finger or occasional depression, did that contribute to why he has these did that cause his long-standing problems that are evident now?
No, but I think you make a point there. I mean, he had been treated in the past for depression, so he was on medication for that. Depression is a pretty common diagnosis in modern society, but it seems that his condition worsened following this event. So yes, I think the depression was a pre-existing condition that might be conflated with some of his current symptoms, but certainly not all of those, not all of his symptoms.
Well, again, what is the primary cause of his current conditions with PCS, persistent concussive symptoms, or is it the ski crash versus these other causes?
Well, the abrupt change in his functioning, in his behavior, and in his ability to interact with people was not something brought on by his pre-existing conditions. He had had those for many, many years and had functioned well and was stable, and so his NPH had been stable for a decade. And I'm not even sure I should call it NPH. He had these dilated ventricles. He did not have a clinical diagnosis of NPH. He was well managed with these other issues. His hypertension was controlled. He wasn't having strokes. So, yeah, I don't see that we can pin his current problems on the pre-existing issues.
Okay, you also conducted an fMRI on Terry Sanderson. Can you explain what that was?
We did. So fMRI is a test where we look at the brain while the patient is doing certain tasks. So so imaging has evolved over time. In the old days, we just took X-rays and you couldn't even see inside the brain. And then we started injecting air into the ventricles to see if there was a shift. And then CAT scans came along. But as medicine has evolved, we've been able to image with much greater sensitivity and specificity. So it's not surprising that his CT scan, which was taken the day after his accident, was negative. He didn't show any evidence of acute trauma at that time. His MRI scans showed some small white matter lesions around the corpus callosum, which may have been related to some stretching injury or some type of injury at the time of the accident. But lots of people get white matter disease as you get older. That's sort of like wrinkles. We performed a functional MRI where we had him do actual tests in the scanner, so solving puzzles, having him do memory tests, doing spatial recognition and things that require higher cortical function. And we subjected Terry to 7 different functional MRI tests, and of those 7, 1 was abnormal, and that was the matrix reasoning test. And he was below 2 standard deviations compared to our normative controls on that test. And that is essentially the matrix reasoning is a puzzle solving test where you're using lots of frontal lobe activity as well as your occipital areas that are involved with visualizing images and spatial recognition, etc. And those are the frontal and occipital areas are 2 common places that can be injured in a traumatic deceleration process. So I think the good news is that most of his imaging looked normal or within normal limits, within the yardstick we have of the best functional imaging today. I think that the value of functional imaging is that we can actually watch patients while they are doing complex tasks. Something like an anatomic scan of the brain, people can have normal MRIs of the brain but be very abnormal. They can have schizophrenia or autism or severe depression or bipolar disorder or all kinds of issues, and the brain will look normal but it doesn't function normally. So this is an attempt to move that boundary of investigation of brain and using MRI in a functional manner to assess if he could perform these complex operations and how he performed those compared to normative controls. And he did have an abnormal functional test on his matrix reasoning.
It's been said Terry Sanderson has high test scores in other areas by neurologists, neuropsychologists, medical doctors. Does that mean he doesn't have a brain injury, and why?
Well, lots of people, there's variability in the population in terms of their function. Terry is a very bright individual, very capable, and but that doesn't mean that he doesn't sustain an injury and move from really bright, really capable to just within the average or within normal average. So I think that the best test, and we've had doctors provide evidence about brain scans, we've had neurologists testify, neuropsychologists, but really the best test that we have for humans is how do they perform in a complex world. When you think about it, just how you drove here to Park City on a snowy morning, that requires a lot more processing power than even the best computers that can do today. So I think that the best test, the best challenge of Terry Sanderson is how's he doing? How is he functioning in life? And I think there are a number of areas where he has had a fall off in his abilities.
One of his treaters recommended that after this ski crash, after about 18 months, that he tried to do as many activities he did before, such as travel or be active like he was as much as he can, but maybe travel with a partner so he wouldn't get lost. What is your opinion on those kinds of recommendations?
I mean, I think that many people have injuries and they try to overcome them through various activities. I think probably the worst thing that he could do is to sit at home and be depressed and not have those interactions. So yes, I mean, Terry was a self-described person who did a lot of travel before, and I'm sure he did travel afterwards. But I don't think that is evidence that he is somehow, unimpaired, that he hasn't had any symptoms related to this injury.
Did you see any evidence of malingering or faking, or he was trying to exaggerate his injuries?
No, I didn't. The functional MRI, I think, is difficult to fake because the scanner's actually washing your brain as you process this data, and you'd have to be pretty smart to try to fake, if you would, the MRI scanner in terms of how the blood is flowing and where the brain is activating. Usually when we see someone who is faking or not trying, then many of the tests are screwed up. It doesn't make sense, but all of his tests except one were within normal range, and I think he certainly was trying.
We didn't mention, I don't think, in detail at least, one neuropsychologist for the defense, Galit Ashkenazi. She seems to think that following the incident, Terry suffered from exacerbation of anxiety and depression, which returned to baseline in about 5 months, but there's no evidence of any permanent mental health changes. How would you respond to Dr. Ashkenazi's?
I'm not sure what data she used. I think that, again, the record is fairly replete with...
Replete meaning?
There's lots of evidence in here. And in fact, his former partner, girlfriend that he had during the time of the injury, they separated. I don't think she has any ulterior motive. I mean, at this point, they're not together. Why would she come forward and say he's having all of these problems? Why is he different? I don't think she has any incentive to do that. In fact, she would have the incentive to do the opposite. I think that the best evidence out there is the reports of the people that know Terry best.
You've heard of the term eggshell plaintiff?
I have not.
Okay. You've heard of people being more sensitive to injury than others, correct?
I don't know if that's a term, but sure.
Or the concept. You've heard of the concept.
Sure.
And so it's possible that Terry was more sensitive to an injury such as what occurred at Deer Valley in the ski crash than others. And that's a risk factor or something that may have caused him more injury than another person would have had. Does that make sense? And how do you respond to that?
Well, I would respond that Terry he sustained a significant injury. He was knocked out. He had 4 broken ribs. So I don't know that that's an eggshell. That's a pretty significant force. Whether or not he would have recovered or recovered quickly, there are lots of people that don't get better after a traumatic brain injury. We typically see that from car accidents, but some people just aren't right after an injury, and I think Terry falls in that category.
Okay. Just a moment.
Thank you. I think we'll just,
5 minutes?
pardon me?
Can we go 5 minutes?
Why don't you approach? Mr. Egan, you may proceed.
May I begin, Your Honor? Dr. Gibby, good to see you again. I have a couple questions before we break for lunch about this comment that you made about Mr. Sanderson having a good relationship with his daughters. You read some of their testimony, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reading about Jenny Sanderson, one of his daughters?
I don't remember the names exactly, but maybe
Okay.
you can refresh my
Sure.
memory. The one was, I think the one that I recall reading was the oldest daughter that had a granddaughter that had just graduated from high school, and then there was another one that there were only two depositions of the two.
Yeah.
So maybe you can tell me the names and I will.
Sure. Well, I'll just ask you things that
Okay,
maybe
sure.
came up in some of the others. So Jenny, the youngest, she testified that she did not feel loved or nurtured by her father growing up. Did you read about that?
I didn't read her deposition then because I did not see any of that testimony.
And this may have been discussed in some of the other daughters' depositions, so I'll just keep reading in case
Sure.
you read about any of these other statements. There's also testimony that Mr. Sanderson was domineering and emotionally and verbally abusive to Jenny and her mother, Tana. Do you recall reading anything about that?
No, I do recall some testimony about him being angry with the man that was having an affair with his wife, and that was atypical for him. I think he was, punched him or something, but that was listed as very atypical in Terry's behavior.
Okay, what about, did you hear any testimony about Mr. Sanderson becoming frustrated if his expectations weren't met? And this is referring to his children.
No, I don't recall that.
What about testimony that he has always been easily frustrated and quick to anger?
I think that testimony is contradicted by other testimony by the daughter, but no, I was not aware of that testimony.
Okay, what about testimony that his frustration was visible in his body language and in the way he would talk?
No. Like I said, I don't think I've read this deposition.
What about testimony that he did not speak with one of his daughters, Jenny, for 13 years?
Not aware of that.
What about testimony that Mr. Sanderson is controlling and relentlessly tries to mold Jenny to be a certain way?
Yeah, again, I haven't had any of the testimony from Jenny.
Okay.
So I was not given that deposition.
Well, some of these things may have been addressed by the daughters.
Sure.
As you mentioned with the affair, there may be something that's related, and I want to give you an opportunity to address it. Have you read any testimony that Mr. Sanderson was hyper-focused on success and compares his daughters to that standard in a painful way?
I did read testimony about him being very focused, and one of the terms was anal retentive, or anal, or something like that. That he was a very focused individual and a multitasker, but not any. Again, I've not heard any of the negative comments from this daughter, and I'm not sure what that relationship was, whether this was from a previous marriage or what happened there, but
Okay.
not aware of that.
Okay, what about testimony that this daughter, Jenny, has taken breaks from her father over the years because he oversteps the boundaries she sets?
Again, haven't read Jenny's testimony.
Okay, that's all I have, thanks.
Are you resting, or are you just resting for lunch?
Oh, just for lunch.
Okay.
There's a lot more.
All right, we'll take a recess now for lunch, and we'll return at 1:30. Sure. And I guess we're in recess unless there's anything that the lawyers need. All right. If we have anything like what we needed to do this morning, where there was an objection to testimony, and I guess I'm referring to the defendants mostly right now, if you could let the court know, so hopefully we could handle that not in the jury time. We can come earlier in the morning, we can work over lunch, we can do things after 5. So that would be helpful.
I'm so sorry, Your Honor, I missed the very first part of that.
If you have any objections to testimony that may require, examining the witness out of the hearing of the jury or substantial argument, let's try to do that. For example, if you're preparing tonight and you all of a sudden realize you've got something, email the clerk, we can email the other lawyers or email the other lawyers and the clerk, and we can come in at 8:30 if we need to. So.
Yes, that's reasonable.
I do foresee one issue, Your Honor. If the next witness is Polly, who is one of the daughters,
Sure.
that there are some issues that I do want to have come out, and I don't want to get a character objection, but I also don't want to have a hearing before, so maybe I'll try to give you a forewarning, because that's, I think, the very next witness, unless Goldstein's next.
If it's the subject of the motion in limine order, is that what you're talking about, where the court?
Just precise words. Like, yeah, I mean, you said 607 okay, 608 I want to hear before, and there are some issues that I think may impact both.
Okay,
And
why don't we come back about 15 minutes early? You think that would be enough?
well, let me just ask, Goldstein is next?
Yeah, we don't want to keep him waiting, and we thought we'd be long done with Dr. Gibby, so we're going to finish Dr. Gibby and then go to Dr. Wilson.
It sounds like there's some extensive cross-examination of Gibby. I don't know what extensive means, but are you asking if Dr. Goldsmith can begin at 1:30?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying we need to get it done today. He can't come tomorrow.
All right.
Let me withdraw my statement right now, and just sort of say I can see some things with the daughters that may come up.
Okay.
Okay, and back at 1:30?
Back at 1:30.
Thanks.
How much cross do you have? Give me this.
maybe, I'm thinking an hour.
All right,
Thank you.
Have you been to actual lab session?
No.
It's okay. It's alright. There's no obligation.
No, only to Sabrina when she
But
asked.
she went hardcore. She took the classes and
Yeah, but she hasn't invited us back out.
maybe she doesn't like you anymore. Maybe
No,
that's it.
I mean I just watched Mila on Monday, but yeah, she doesn't like me anymore.
I haven't been. I don't think I've been dancing in like it's been a month, which is a while for me.
See, no, a couple of our friends and I were talking about some of the other spots that they have, like in like Silver Spring or different events, and we want to like. Our issue is one, we don't want to get metro
Yeah,
that
sure.
way.
Yeah, no.
And two, since we don't have a car, so we're like, oh, we all should go places if the car wasn't full.
Yeah, sure. No, we carpool all the time.
Oh, really?
Where do you guys live? We're about to move, but yeah, like where do you?
So Sabrina and I live in Arlington near Milwaukee, and so does our other friend Mexico. So that's where we're like, oh, it's really convenient. We all get two cars.
And there's some places that are metro, like better metro, like some places that are like straight shot metro, not really a hassle.
Yeah.
Like the ones because pretty easy.
I used to live in Odessa. That's where I first lived when I moved out.
There's a one really good one, but I don't know if spots now. That's what I told Sabrina. I was like, if you're going to go, let's go. We have cars and we like all the cars mutually aggressive. I'm like, oh, we'll drive everybody. But we'll save the environment at the same time.
See, if I ever get a car now, I want an electric car.
I think we'll have a choice in a couple of years.
I don't know.
Yes, exactly. And the charging network is garbage. Yeah, I think the other problem with Brazil is just we're broke now because because we just paid like all this money for this house. So it's like what is worth doing now versus like waiting and like chipping away, like this one's in there. And then like another baby like doesn't have like diapers or whatever. Like, okay, 12 diapers to the floor. Beat them against the rock.
Right. Air them out.
Is it happening on time? Do they expect it to happen on time?
The word is haven't heard anything, don't know nothing.
Oh, better question. Where'd you get your socks? Those are ballers. Scissors.
What's that little fun town, little town?
Are you going to Canada?
No.
I thought maybe you're trying to cycle
an awareness week or whatever. And
Wow.
yeah.
Show, don't it?
Yeah. We'll get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't do well. Yeah. So you were on your own?
My girlfriend was in the house.
That's probably the.
Yeah. And I had a bunch of like resin work and all the fumes
Oh yeah.
were like going around and I couldn't open the garage door and it just like yeah. I like couldn't have food for like a couple days.
I'm glad you look at.
You know, cow.
Just look at the
It's from the reserves. What a weight loss burger.
There is that. Maybe won't be a very popular one though.
No.
The go and poison yourself in the garage program.
I would not.
You
I
know,
would not recommend it. But
yeah, it's catching on, but not really.
it's not a good option, but it's an option.
It's an option.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
You know, we play with boxing to him. But she was like, one of the greatest days of my life. Yeah. My son is married, right? My wife is
Drops
so
right behind
thankful
us.
for his happy life, and all the pictures are beautiful. Guys, I don't know if you saw this makeup. He's got a real.
Your anniversary too.
It's yeah, that was on my day. It's everything's normal, and I would like it to stop. Like, I would just like it. I would like to pay somebody, just like kidnap me, and to put me like in a hotel in Alexandria. If you pay the ransom, we'll release him by Monday. But not if I'm in the the head of my camera, so long as you see it's so powerful. The distribution cuts.
I do actually think
What's the problem with your camera?
That's all right.
Or you want to check his both man's cameras?
Yeah, no,
Actually, we could slide back just. Yeah.
Good there?
yeah, yeah.
Oh really? Oh yeah. That's fine. Yeah, that actually makes sense.
Attention, 2 minutes to the press briefing, 2 minutes to the press briefing. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Before I turn it over to my NSC colleague here, I want to say one thing at the top. We have grave concerns with the passage of the Anti-Homosexuality Act, AHA, by the Parliament of Uganda yesterday, and increasing violence targeting LGBTQI+ persons. If the AHA is signed into law and enacted, it would impinge upon universal human rights, jeopardize progress in the fight against HIV/AIDS, deter tourism, and invest in Uganda and damage Uganda's international reputation. The bill is one of the most extreme anti-LGBTQI+ laws in the world. Human rights are universal. No one should be attacked, imprisoned, or killed simply because of who they are or whom they love. And with that, my colleague John Kirby is here to offer a preview of the President's upcoming trip to Canada. As you know, the President will be heading to Canada tomorrow and answering any lingering questions about President Putin and President Xi's meeting this week in Moscow. Admiral?
I'm sure there's no lingering questions about that. So as Karine said, I just want to give you all a little bit of a preview here of the President's trip up to Ottawa. He does leave tomorrow afternoon. It's quite a packed schedule for a short trip. Once they arrive, they'll be greeted by the Governor General of Canada, Mary Simon. Later tomorrow evening, the President and the First Lady will join Prime Minister Trudeau and Mrs. Trudeau for an intimate gathering at their residence. And on Friday, the President will participate in a bilateral meeting, of course, with Prime Minister Trudeau and his team, during which he will absolutely reaffirm the United States' enduring commitment to this U.S.-Canada partnership. President will then follow in the tradition of previous presidents who visit Canada and address Canada's Parliament. In his remarks, the President will underscore how the U.S.-Canada partnership benefits not only our two countries, but the entire world, and that by working together, we can address some of the biggest challenges we face. President Biden and Prime Minister Trudeau will then participate in a press conference. Later, tomorrow or Friday evening, the President and First Lady will attend a gala dinner at the Canadian Aviation and Space Museum. Now, in addition to joining the President for those events, the First Lady will continue to build on her friendship with Mrs. Sophie Trudeau and participate in a spousal program that's focused on our shared cultural connections and, of course, empowering young people. This is a meaningful visit. Canada is one of the United States' closest allies and friends and has been now for more than 150 years. This will be the first true in-person bilateral meeting between the two leaders in Canada since 2009. In the first year of this administration, we focused on rebuilding that bilateral relationship. In the second year, we focused on following through on our commitments, including prioritizing orderly and safe migration through regular pathways and enhancing collaboration to address the synthetic opioid crisis. And now, heading into the third, this visit is about taking stock of what we've done, where we are, and what we need to prioritize for the future. We're going to talk about our two democracies stepping up to meet the challenges of our time. That includes taking concrete steps to increase defense spending, driving a global race to the top on clean energy, and building prosperous and inclusive economies. That's continuing to take bold action. That's also continuing to take bold action to combat climate change, promote inclusive economic growth and good jobs, strengthen our democracies, supporting efforts for stability in Haiti, and continuing, of course, to support Ukraine. President Biden will also promote our shared domestic and foreign policy goals, including by highlighting the mutual benefits of the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement for promoting prosperity and clean energy. And of course, the first call President Biden made to a foreign leader as President of the United States was to Prime Minister Trudeau, highlighting the strategic importance of this incredible relationship. Since then, the two leaders have spoken multiple times and also met in person a number of times, and we're looking forward to continuing to work with Canada to strengthen economic ties, to promote inclusive growth, to address, as I said, climate change, enhance North America's competitiveness, and strengthen our defense through both NATO and through NORAD. And with that, we'll take some questions.
Hey, John. So I wanted to ask you about the Russian foreign minister's comments today about Britain's plans to supply Ukraine with depleted uranium ammunition, and Lavrov had said that's a step towards significant escalation. Does the Biden administration have any concern about the